All right, let's do this. I must continue. But before we continue, I must greet famous adventurer. Hello. Ah, yes, emotes. Love emotes. Emotes make the world go round. I love them. Oh, and I have my assistant here, the one known as Bush, my co-counsel, who's a cat. Yes, a wolf and a cat. Hello. Bush is very comfy today. All right. Actually, I'll put you right here. All right. So, the nitty gritty, the nutshell. We gotta defend somebody by the name of Soseki Natsume, who has been accused of stabbing a woman in the back with a knife. And we're just gonna get to it. Yep. Nothing more, nothing less. Hang on, let me make sure I close a few things. All right. Awesome. All right. And now, yeah, we're just gonna get to it. We're just gonna dive right into it. Okay. Um, yes. All right. Oh, one more thing. And yes. All right, let's do this. I've been waiting for this too since m- yeah, I'm glad I made the good decision to save the court for, you know, like this time, like I said, I know when to pace myself. And this is like I know this is still like I know it's my first time, but like I'm going off of without glancing at it. Like, you know, I see how many parts are there, and that's how I gauge myself. I'm pacing myself in these games. All right, here we go. Gonna load this sucker up, and we're just gonna get to it. All right, we're good and we're ready. All right, my options should be saved. I hope so. I mean, they look like they are, but to give the benefit of the doubt. Oh, look, there's the prison cell. I just noticed that. Yeah, it should all still be here. Yep. No, wait a minute. Put that resolution down, boy. There we go. Keep it there. And the window mode should be still in window. For crying out loud. Alright. We're good. Alright, what's up? Edot Boosh was the host. Um, he's my co-host. He's my mascot. And my best friend. Boosh, if I am ever, sick or something, or not feeling like streaming, I would let you, you know, take the helm of my channel. All right. Oh, yeah, he's gonna be right here. That's awesome. That's awesome. He's like, okay, just pet me and do what you gotta do. Oh, he's so good. He's such a good boy. When he is, anyway. All right. Excellent. All right, here we go. Loading the game. Nothing but trial today, everybody. Just the way I like it. Here we go. It's trial time. 20th February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Such a nice lobby too. Or in this case, the antechamber. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Me. We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Probably. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to trample! Really, because I can feel tremors on the floor. I can't do this! I can't take it! Although, low-com student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that... Do you know why that might be, Miss Usato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Oh, the Reaper. Lord Van Zeeks? Dracula? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. Whoa. Dude is front page material. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey. He stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? A trial 2 days ago marked Lord Von Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. You're telling me. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear. I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Low-come student Master Naruhodo, Esquire. It's you! Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It, it can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! No. Dude's totally not my friend. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Oh, please. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? Why, the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student of Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Miko Toba, Esquiress. Oh, God. I am in your debt forever! I shall never forget this great I hate when they do that auto text. Good thing I can use the history button. I love the history button. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. All right then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you are watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. I like the confidence that Renosuke is, displaying. 20th February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counselors for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. There's Count Dracula. The defense is ready, my lord. Stop that look on your face. I guess that's his trademark face, I suppose. I thought he was like gonna stop doing that face once he's like full of like confidence or whatever. Because I noticed he was showing more of that confidence in the first case, but he still ends up doing this face. It's okay. It's just whatever. Like it's just one of his character traits. And plus, yeah, he's still like a rookie, a beginner. The defense is ready, my lord. Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London, but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do, do you have a point? Yeah. Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. You tell him, Susato. Susato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Oh, we're already pouring the chalice. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. Sure was. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. And here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Oh man. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? What? Freaking Mr. Fairplay here is jury number one? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Yeah, because his last name is Fairplay. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I am here. She doesn't look it, but okay. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Is that the hat dude? The other hat, lady first? I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Hey, it's, the maid from yesterday. What's her face? I actually forgot her name. Joan Getadev. Oh, man. A prosecutor known as the Reaper of the Belly, though concrete details about the man are not forthcoming. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. He looks like, the knitting old lady's. Maybe that's his. Maybe that's her husband. Eh? Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well. Let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Von Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. What is a man? I love this guy. This guy's awesome. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience. Those are the worst. Bloody off they are. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Oh no, she thinks the Japanese are evil too. Stop. Sallow. An adjective used to describe a person's skin or complexion when it takes on an unhealthy yellowish or pale grayish brown color. It typically suggests that someone is sick, exhausted, or malnourished. Okay, so that's what sallow means. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. Eh? Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. Oh no. Jury number 6 is hard of hearing, everybody. Oh no. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here, in this great chamber. He's so kind. He's always apologetic. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Oh, the inspector. Inspector Gregson. With his fish and chips. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be. Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. Oh, she's currently comatose. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Guess not. Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Oh, the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement, running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped showing. It had not long since stopped snowing, as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Oh man. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. The case file has been entered to the court record. Case file. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in hospital, yet to regain consciousness. Oh man. Let's take a look at the case file. Incident report. Details. Young lady rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green. Female, stout build, early 20s. Location, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Okay. Additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Now the big question is, are you sure you caught are you sure you caught the right guy or gal? Because yeah, what if the assailant was male or female? Or them? What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the streets now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Also, Renosuke, you got a freaking katana. You can totally, be really intimidating looking with a katana. Although, I would advise probably not, because people will think differently. But I know he's just carrying it around like an heirloom, like a charm, which is nice. A soul. He has Kazuma's soul. Even the scragged looking Sasaki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife has been entered into the court record. Jackknife. A large but commonplace holding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back. Oh man. Can we? I wanna examine it. Yes, we can examine it. Oh snap! We pulled it out. There appears to be a little scratch here. Oh, hang on. Can we, look at other parts of it, or no? Oh, I guess we can only just, maybe it will be relevant later to, check it soon. Oh, never mind. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. Just the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Oh, man. You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? That's a scary thought. Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Yeah. So is that it? I guess that's the only thing we know about the knife. is that the tip is missing. So can I keep the knife, like, unsheathed? Or, oh, hold up. Oh, okay, closes after. Alright, so we know that the tip of the knife is missing. That's pretty scary. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Raising your hand. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Uh-oh. Oh. he just tossed the whole bottle. Oh man, that's some waste of wine. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into a public gallery. Guys, I've already said this yesterday, but I'm loving this prosecutor. Like, he is definitely above, like, as in, like, he's rising the ranks. I'm just gonna say it's no secret he's definitely above Nayuta Sanmari, prosecutor Sad Monk. He's definitely above Clavier for me, and probably, I don't know, maybe above Franziska. I will definitely be in no particular order. He's definitely underneath, like I have Edgeworth at the top. Blackwell's my second favorite, and I have Godot. Man, Zeke's is freaking awesome. I love his design. I love his mannerisms. This guy is awesome. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Learned. Alright. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Mr. Natsume's arrest. All right. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, The victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just brought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found a bloke to arrest him. Oh, wow. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Oh no. There's the books on the ground, and we see the victim with the knife lodged behind her back. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence. Please, Inspector. The crime scene photograph has been entered into court record. Crime scene photograph. A photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Alright. Well, forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had happened, what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color? What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. Yeah. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Well, yeah. Was hoping we would get to it, you know? Mr. Natsume's arrest. Okay, let's see. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? If you're unable to sway the jury during this cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Yes, they're sure to find him guilty. So one way or another, I have to expose an undeniable inconsistency in the inspector's testimony. Alright, so let me save real quick. Alright, as I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, lights for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much further, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you could appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Ah, Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because this is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah, the prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog with this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right. As you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition. Comatose. No less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes. She's being treated. She's being treated at Bart's. I was so hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started, so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Eh? You're showing it. Ugh. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings. Um, I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic prints of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Oh. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full of his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was hoarding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. Those being the number of old books he just brought, he was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Okay. Bourbon Books. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here. Bourbon Books. A little place at the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Local maps information has been updated in the court record. Street map in the local area showing locations that are relevant to the case. Yeah, I want to take a look at that real quick. Nope. Oh, here we go. No. There's Bourbon Books and Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Alright. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector was just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being, I want to say it's the location? The crucial detail of what you just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookstop. I couldn't agree more. So, where is it exactly? Eh? Are you winding me up, sunshine? I just explained that. I got the map out and everything. Used red Reuben ink and drew the bloke's route home on for you. And I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh yeah. Oh yes. Yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, no. Not yet. The trial's only just begun after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. At once, miss. Sorry I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. I think I was supposed to pick the other stuff, the other options. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. I want to
Hold
press
it!
this statement, though. You asked for the help of the famous detective, Herlock Sholmes, to locate the defendant, I believe. Stuff and nonsense. Sorry, that jock in office, that busybody, just comes and sticks his oar in whether we ask him or not. But according to what I have here, Mr. Sholmes was shown to the scene by Scotland Yard detectives. Well, that was nothing to do with me. The lads at the scene must have done it without my permission. Ah, I tell him time and again, whenever something happens, send word to headquarters. Then follow your blooming instructions. I see. If that meddler gets his hands on any details, we'll all be reading it in Brand's magazine next month. And you can bet your last farthing that I'll be in there too, stripping of all, stripped of all my hard work on the case. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, aren't you clever? Mr. Sholmes, that's all the things I'll be getting. Inspector, if the man is proving detrimental to the yard's activities, perhaps I should step in and deal with him. Whoa, we don't want to know any gritty details on how you're going to do that. Ah, it appears Inspector Gregson is lost for words. Yes, the Reaper's words carry a lot of weight, obviously. Anyway, the point is this. That little Japanese bloke's already admitted it. He's admitted that those books all over the pavement at the scene were the ones he brought that day. Hmm. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? For an able to sway the jury during his cross-examination, I'm afraid that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed. Okay. Alright. We're gonna dial back to the 5th testimony,
Hold it!
and this was on me. We need to ask him about whatchamacallit. Okay, we know the location on the bloody map. I don't think the name would be important because we do know what the name is. So we should ask about the bookshop stock. I often think, Spectre, that what really makes for a good bookshop is the quality of the books that they stock. Yes, I think I'd agree with that. For example, you go to a shop and buy a serialized set of novels. But when you return home, you find to your horror that the third volume is missing. Doesn't bear thinking about it. Just the sort of thing that really gets my goat. Exactly. That is the point I was trying to make. Well, now that you two have found common ground in that fascinating scenario, perhaps we might continue with the cross-examination. If you're quite finished, my learned Nepalese friend. Yes. Wait, what just happened? What just happened, Mr. Naruhoro, was that you allowed yourself to be sidetracked. I would strongly advise you to look carefully into the court record at this stage. Yes, at once, okay. Uh, fine. Let's ask about the freaking name then. The bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? Oh, okay. I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. Well, please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Sardonic. An adjective that describes a tone, expression, or attitude that is grimly mocking, cynical, or bitterly scornful. It often involves a clever, dry, or wry sense of humor that is used to express disapproval, disrespect, or disillusioned view of the world. I guess the name is kind of important, you know? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Alright. Now then, we're gonna press this statement.
Hold it!
So the shop is called Bourbon Books, is it? That's right. That's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings. And to get from there back to his room, he would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, can we be sure that the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So Haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited his shop on the day in question or not. Bruce Fairplay. That's who the juror one. I was trying to look up what was his first name again. Oh yeah. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he'd been. Of course he doesn't. The bloke clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. He claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. Hmm, I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going, at the very least. So, it's just as I thought then. Is something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony. Okay. Alright. Hmm. We need to... Now, this is probably the contradiction here. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand shop he apparently patronizes. Wait a minute. Oh, snap. We found the contradiction. Yeah, that's the, oh, wait, that's the contradiction, but this is evidence here. He purchased his books from your books, not from Bourbon Books. Bro. Yeah, because I'm like, okay, that was definitely, the amended testimony. That was a contradiction right there. I'm looking through the evidence. Boom. He wasn't on his way from Bourbon Books. He was on his way from your books. Not your books, but your books, like the books of yore.
Objection!
Felt good. Um, if if I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. Right. It's clicking together. The name of the bookstore was important. Yeah. Like, it all makes sense. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Yoer, I presume. You presume, right, Mr. Judge? Yes, my lord. So, Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Yeah. Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, It's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
Objection. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Objection. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. I'm gonna check something real quick. Olive Green, the victim of this case, was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in her hospital bed. Okay. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously, we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meersham Street, going east. Alright, so Your Books is all the way over there. The local maps information has been updated in the court record. Let me take a look at that. Your Books. It's like 3 buildings away from Bourbon Books, and it's over at Calabash Road, while Bourbon Books is over at Briar Road. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh, uh-oh. He's pouring another glass. My learned Nepalese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he negates us with such witticisms. Hang on. I'm gonna screen capture this. This amuses me. I approve. All right. My learned Nepalese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To entertain, delight, or amuse someone, often by providing an entertaining story, speech, or performance. To your future career in the circus. Oh man. I'm capturing that too. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. Whoa! Susanna wants to throw hands with Count Dracula. I'm still calling him Dracula. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt that he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somehow slow, Nipponese friend. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Oh, come on. Ah! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. I get pardon? Tell me, Sonny. Would you mind repeating that? Oh no. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. Ah, she's absolutely right. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books. But um they claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but I'm gonna be a little cautious. Leave it. I think I'd better leave it alone for now. Very well. If the defense has no rebuttal here. Mr. Naruhodo, as I said before, we can't give up here. We must fight back. Yes, I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to do nothing, you know. You're right. What am I talking about? Doing nothing won't get us anywhere. It wasn't sitting right with me anyway.
Objection!
Yeah. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Hold it!
Uh-oh. First, we must deal with the inexcusable tardiness of your objection. Oh, snap. What? Mr. Naruhodo, remember, it's time to fight back. Oh, I don't know what's worse, the court penalty or Susato-san's piercing stare. Both. Explain yourself, counsel. Oh, it actually goes... yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Alright. So, I was supposed to honestly... I wasn't sure, I'll admit. Raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. We got to see an extra scene out of that, which is cool. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Oh, if the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Oh, come on, bro. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point that out. Oh no. I'm just amused at that. That route is what is commonly referred to as the long way route. Yeah. Ah, on a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Ah, that's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject. Pray, what say you, insightful? Pray, what say you, insightful judges? Oh no. But, but even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it! Hold it. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean we members of the jury are completely convinced now? Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court. Oh
Guilty!
no.
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Oh no. All 6 of them said guilty. It would appear the jury's leanings is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhoro. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet ready to give up and die. Damn. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. All right. Very well, Counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncas refusal to throw in his alley. Uncas? Uncas is a dated Australian New Zealand slang term meaning unpleasant, unattractive, unacceptably bad, or of inferior quality. Ooh. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Yeah, let's do this. I like this. The judicial findings. The jurors' contentions. The jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes, nice shop that. But Bourbon books, no, not worth a visit. Hmm. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant had then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Oh, why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How could I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, four of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Renosuke. You can do it. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Alright. We're going to press each and every one of them, get some clues, and then we shall pit them amongst themselves. Because, man, one thing usually doesn't add up to one another. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted himself, didn't he? Let's press you.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you? Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started foresicking around Bruce Fairplay, was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. I mean... Oh, well, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. Has there been more Sherlock Sholmes? Yeah, yesterday. I did another great deduction with him. It was awesome. Anyway, continuing. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police has been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the Hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Yeah. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly, that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly, that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbance mustache is the culprit. I hope not, famous adventurer. I mean, I heard him threaten him, words. I don't know I don't want to even begin to think what Count Dracula does behind the scenes. Yeah, Count Dracula, this guy. Barack von Zeeks. The Reaper of the Barely. Let's see. Well, wait, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. Okay, so she finds this man's mustache disturbing. Like, come on now. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say that goes through your funny little minds? Hey, watch it, lady. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. Tell us more how you feel, Renosuke, in the parentheses. Because nobody else can, unless they're a mind reader. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Ugh. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well. For her. Yeah. A man couldn't have gone around the whole houses on his way back from the bookshop. Not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. You bring up a bloody point. Because your books is closer to the lodgings. I mean, excuse me, Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books is closer to the lodgings. So for context, right here. But, however, his receipt said that he got it from your books, not Bourbon Books. So quit trying to twist the knife. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Ah, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Kanadem, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room. The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? No. We knew that you're the wife. We weren't born yesterday, Missy. She's keeping up that charade. Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. Oh, I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? It's simple, they're awful people, they don't know jack. He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so. Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah, the likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right at center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir. It's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Oh, wow. Alright, we got new testimony from, well, not testimony, but a new side of the story on the juror. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dawn till dusk. Alright. Let's press him again.
Hold it!
So, if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day. That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes on the ground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob. And I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, the work has to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. I wondered if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out. Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Right. Let's see, then. Okay. Here we are. Meerschaum Street. Yes, it was just here. Like, it was a tiny dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. And at what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock. Roadworks on Meerschaum Street, huh? More books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? Humph. No, not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say. Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh, yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. Donk. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal testimony. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick? No, no, I'm quite right now. Extremely significant, not extremely sick. The poor dude. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree, it's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Alright. So, we're on to something with juror number 5. Hang on, let me check number 6 again. Alright. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know. Let's press him.
Hold it!
And that was at around 5 o'clock, you say? The same time as the victim was attacked. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Goodness, it was eons ago. Now, I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Well, let me see. It was especially slippy around about... Ah, yes, I remember now. It was just on the corner here. Oof. What happened to you then? Were you alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. No one around when I came to again. And no one around when I sneezed. Oh. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice, warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. Oh, it's heartwarming. A sad and lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yes, how lucky that he wasn't more seriously injured. True, it sounds like it was very nearly around hospital admission, or worse. Ah, yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Absolutely! It's the only coat I have. Oh my god. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job, too. Or I have had nothing to wear here. So count your blessings, I say. Ho ho ho. I suppose we should. This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Alright. Let's see. Okay. So we got two different statements from jury number 5 and 6. Let's go and pit number 5 against one of the other jurors. Alright. Pit. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk. Alright, number 1. Maybe I should pit number 5 to number 6. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk. I slept over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know. Let's pit them against each other.
Objection.
Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Hold it.
I'm sorry, but as foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. What? I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man. There's no contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman. I will not permit a whimsical attack against the good members of the jury, counsel. There was nothing whimsical about it. It's very important to listen carefully to every juror, Mr. Naruhodo. Then you can decide where the contradictions really lie, if there are any. Okay, so that wasn't it. I might have another idea, though. I'm gonna pit somebody else against somebody else. Let's try pitting juror number 2 with number 6. Because now here's the thing. All the victim was also wearing green, but so was jury number 6. I'm gonna try pitting number 2 with number 6.
Objection.
All right, I did it. I got 1. I got 2. I got it correct. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? All right, man, you take care. I'm gonna keep on trugging. Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we could be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. Okay. Well, that's correct. What he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number six's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring to, of course, too hard of hearing juror number six. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat, whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes, was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Yep, they sure do. Olive green. Well, look at that. My goodness me. I'm sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road? Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number six, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? And then upon further inspection, that green overcoat reminds me of Gumshoe. Hold it. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but you'd like to change your leading, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well, alright. Not guilty from number six. And not guilty from number two. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only. If we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Why, it could have been that old man in the green that the defendant saw. I have to call to... I have to call not guilty, if it's only right. I'm sorry about my overcoat setting a cat among the pigeons. I'm leaning to not guilty to make up for it. Alright. You've changed two of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just two more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. I mean, she did offer you, but you wussed out. Anyway, maybe I could get more information if I pressed him again, or maybe I need to pit. Let me see. So we can rule out number 2 and number 6. Hmm. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna press them again.
Hold it!
Well, I pressed them once before. Something would have changed probably.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken from your books. Oh yes, like you do on the map, you mean? What was it, Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, it's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, it's true. As I understand, the accuser himself doesn't remember the way he went, does he? Yes, it's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to convince you here? I give it a lot of thoughts, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on the whim that he did it. There was a logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash way. I would have to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. Alright. The poor woman was attacked behind. Hold up. Let's press number 4 again. Because, yeah, things can be a little tricky. Maybe... Okay. Oh, wait. I wanted to... Okay.
Hold it!
Alright. Actually, I should probably be I should totally try and find if number 5's new statement. That's what I should do next now. I should pit number five's statement. Let's see. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk. I think I should pit five against three. Yeah, the man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter. On the day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk. Yeah, this has got to be it.
Objection!
Yeah, I knew it. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. I mean, what? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number three. Oh, me, sir. What? What do you mean? Juror number five's words just now are extremely significant. They are. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. One moment, everybody. Gonna open a spare tab. All right. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that really, can you? We mustn't had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number three, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes, my lord, my judge, my lord Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes, I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. That's very sensible. What about you, sir? Eh? Who, me? Well, all right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I'd say. You love to see it. Leaning towards that not guilty. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes, 2. The nose, 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Oh, Count Dracula, he has objected. Oh no. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Churlish. Deliberately rude, surly, or mean-spirited. It describes someone who is unfriendly, ungracious, or difficult to deal with. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these journals with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Uh-oh. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. I'm sorry? Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, Stalwart Juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Tuppence? An informal British term meaning 2 pennies? Hey! That's... That's awful. You deserve more money, dude. Now, my learned police friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. 2 meters. 2 meters? Okay, it is, yeah. That's just a different spelling. I had it a double check. Less than 2 meters. That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong. No. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Eh? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing, anyway, and we just turned any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah! Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There could be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Ah, crushed in a single sentence. An old man. Cold man? You can talk? The cold man, you can talk. You say that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, Was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would say 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah, Order! Order! Lord Von Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. Trenchant. Describes communication, criticism, arguments, observations that is remarkably forceful, effective, and sharply perceptive. Refers to remarks that are smart, cutting, go straight to the heart of the matter. If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Humph. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. Ugh. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Uh-oh. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. Uh-oh. The cape is off. Again. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. I remember. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end. Until this very... Oh no. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Oh no. So, we know of the policeman, but we do not know who this other person is. Oh no. Constable Rody Beat. Sa. Nothing to report on the streets. Sa. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. Oh yeah. Um, what's the story here? Rolly Beat, a devoted London bobby who witnessed the incident while walking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. Patricia Beat, the wife of Constable Rolly Beat, who was a witness to the incident. She's relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Oh, isn't that lovely? What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, no, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. With this being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beats is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Miss Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. I agree. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Oh boy. What the witnesses saw. It was our wedding anniversary, and Brody was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyways, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Roddy and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. The slow, solemn sound of a bell, usually tolled to announce a death, funeral, or disaster. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. Was it unfortunate be chancing, and on your wedding anniversary too? Be chancing. Be chancing, archaic English word meaning to happen, occur, or befall someone, typically by chance or fate. Okay, for an unfortunate to be chancing, and on your wedding anniversary too. Okay, I was just checking something else, everybody. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. Hello, Checkman. Count Dracula here. He took his whatchamacallit, cape off a good couple of minutes ago. He also shattered his hollowed chalice. We're still on about on who stabbed whatchamacallit. We're still figuring out on how Olive Green here got stabbed. We're getting like a lot of information. Posing as you in the past. Oh man. But no, he's pretty awesome though. Like, and then we found out more explanations. Like, we found out the names of two different bookstores. There's Bourbon Books and Your Books. We found out Your Books was over here. Von Karma's not happy. Who is this Von Karma? I don't think he has existed yet. Well, yeah. Anywho, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may have, you may well have time to rest this afternoon. Oh yeah, that's something Von Karma would say. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Oh yeah, and it's a different jury too. I was actually expecting the same jury. And freaking number one is Bruce Fairplay from case 3. And then number 4 is the maid from yesterday. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Preamble is an introductory statement or explanation that comes before a formal document, speech, or legal text. It outlines the underlying purpose, goals, or reasons for the writing that follows. Okay. Yes, my lord. Oh boy. So now we're cross-examining a Bobby with his wife. They were recently married, and they apparently saw They apparently saw that Soseki Nanami, excuse me, they apparently saw Soseki Natsume supposedly stab the poor lady. But we're gonna find out. Like this is their first time on the stand. Okay. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they saw. They saw Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. No, oh no, then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Okay. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Ugh, why do I always seem to be so up against it? Okay. We're gonna cross-examine, we're gonna press. If it was our wedding anniversary and Brody was taking me out for a meal, there was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Oh. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rhodey looks I think Rhodey looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It seats you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Hmm? What? Ah, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? That is creepy. This is creepy. Oh no, Brody. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kinda adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right. So, yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. Well, policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My words card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the prodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. What's up? Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Aw. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowley. I will admit, that was sickeningly adorable. They really show that they really love each other. Oh, what a charming couple. The young love is such a joy to behold. If a little, over the top perhaps, yes. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Anyway, two silhouettes appear out of the fog on the pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right, they were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. Oh my. And it looked like that individual was wearing a hat. And that was juror number 6? They were wearing a hat? Because last I checked, it doesn't seem like, whatchamacallit. It doesn't seem like Olive Green wears a hat. Let me check the other court, the other evidence, I mean. Oh wait, never mind, my bad. They did wear a hat. But juror number 6 has a similar stature to Olive Green. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately, it does. And you're certain that at that time, there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Hmm? What? Oh yes, that's right. Of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please. Mr. Beat, are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch of the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure, as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rhodey. They're still maintaining there was no one else other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off.
Hold it!
That sounds important. Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Oh, okay. No worries. I got it. There you go. You're most welcome. Was opening a 2-liter of Coca-Cola. Didn't we, darling? What? Oh, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around, where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. Yeah, there was 3 books. 1, 2, and 3. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dark without question. Sa. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, sir. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may need not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Miss B to go. I was off duty by that point. But a hobby's never really off duty. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course. So I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. Oh please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Alright. It was definitely that Japanese man, Doc. Brody and I both saw him as clear as day. Clear as day, you say?
Hold it!
Despite the fog? But surely, you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, wouldn't you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Oh my god. Right. The lights from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Ah, yes. And what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Oh, yes, it was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snob nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. Oh my god. I like these little animations they're both like doing. What? No, no, no. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. Oh, really? Tell us the names then. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Yeah. That will do, Mrs. Beat. No, it won't do at all. A Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. No. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Brody will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Yes. Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. What is it, darling? This poor dude. I can even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Lady, you said 4 books. There were 3 books. Caught you, but I'll just play along. Let's press her.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a proud policeman's wife, after all. I did it for Brody. And what was your husband doing at the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? Interesting way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Mrs. Beat, seeing as you've regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? Yes. There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it yearnings? Ah, the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, Canterbury yearnings. And then there was a meal for someone. And the last one was definitely the Ding Gummies something. You see? No, we don't see. Yes, I see there are one or two holes in your memory. Yeah. Oh, well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it. Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling? Oh my god. The dude's holding a little. Oh my god, it's a small little. That looks like a little. It's like a little. That's like a little revolver. That's it's kind of cute looking. I mean, it's small. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Oh my god. Put that down, dude. You're gonna. Terrifying. I agree! Me and me and Matt Zeeks were thinking the same thing. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. Alright, so that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. B saw what they saw. Okay. Alright, we got this. We're gonna go for the Juggalo. Oh, whoops. I meant to go to the final testimony. Alright, I'll just click on here. Alright, we got this. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Alright. 4 books, you say?
Objection!
Oh! Yeah, yeah. I thought I was gonna say. I wonder if presenting the. I wonder if presenting the crime photo, the crime scene would also been acceptable because clearly, everybody, we only see 3 books. Although maybe there's a possibility that the 4th actually no. Never mind. Yeah, okay. Yeah. She claims she saw 4, but there's only 3. And according to this receipt here, this receipt only says 3 books were purchased, not 4. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the dingummy something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat, but there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what's flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant brought his books. Your books? Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. I remember seeing them. There were 4 books, I tell you. 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photograph and print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books, yeah. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw it. I saw them. No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. Arr. Sorry for calling you out. Not really. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendants you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! No!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. Oh no. What? Uh-oh. What cannot be denied is that there are two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well. You have no hope of disproving. Ah, so you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me, but your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let's be explained with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh, you see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. What?
Objection!
Where's the fourth book then? But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say? Oh, snap. And he throws it specifically over there on that same brazier, lantern, the lights. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. The victim's hand? Oh no. Dang it. And what does it say upside down? Oh, the lion's pride. Wait a minute. That was the name of the book that what's his face said from yesterday. John Garadeb, yeah. He said that he had a book called The Lion's Pride that he used to own. Unfortunately, it burnt in a fire after he was quarreling with his wife. Half of his books got burnt, which was sad. He liked that book too. I don't believe it. It's it's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Oh man. Order! Order! My second guess would have been maybe that book was gonna be in the handbag, but nah. Order! Order! There, you see? You see? Look at that! Look, look, look! Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused of the day in question. Yeah? Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. What? No, don't ask her. Oh yes, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaboria. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Roddy? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books in the receipt, and Mrs. Beats mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book. I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigation officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph has been entered into the courtroom. Crime scene photograph number 2. A second photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident. It specifically shows the victim's hand. The 4th book, a book entitled The Lion's Pride, discovered in the victim's hand, the scene. The 4th book has been entered in the court record. Oh my god. The prosecution rests. Oh man. Hang on. Okay. The Lion's Pride is upside down. Okay. And here we have the Lion's Pride. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before, and very recently too. Yeah, yesterday. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, yesterday. It's also burnt. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. I agree. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. Yeah. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Because it happened yesterday. The 4th book's in. Oh, cool, and it got updated. The 4th book, a book titled The Lion's Pride, discovered by the victim's hand at the scene. The back cover is badly burnt. Yeah. Man, that's so cool. And I'm so glad I checked it ahead of time. That means it's updated. Man, I love investigating every piece of evidence in this game. Just because of the whole I don't know, I get a strange satisfaction. Like investigating a piece of evidence and then gets updated with new information, and then that new information is going to be important when you submit it as evidence. Like I bet had nobody, you know well, the game does clue you in on you should look over your evidence. But I'm making sure I check the evidence ASAP as soon as it gets into my hands. I love it. I do like the way this game. I do love the present. Like this overall thing is just awesome. I love it. Okay, here goes. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend, but your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused's lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination. Spurious, something that is not genuine, authentic, or true. It is essentially fake, counterfeit, or based on faulty logic. The term indicates that an item, claim, or argument does not come from the legitimate source or reason it claims to. Okay, spurious. And the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross examination. Futile. I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Uh, dude, you're already married to her. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Uh-oh. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Nadahoro, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Uh-oh. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? Well, I think the smart thing to do would be to raise an objection, of course. I don't want to get penalized like the last time.
Objection.
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. It's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but, I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, uh-oh. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Jeez. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential, and her opinions invaluable. I agree. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insights can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible, which I already did. Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Tsusato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, yeah. Hang on. Hitherto. 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 Okay, yeah. I heard that word the other day. Until now, or up until this point. Okay. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Yeah, I know. I double corrected myself. Hitherto. And hello there, Astro Dude. Man. This, and it's so cool, like, I'm learning new words too, in between. Yeah. Clearly, you all overlooked that the back cover has been badly burnt, which I checked one step ahead.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp, at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Ah! Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution in this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You identified this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhiro. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals? I mean, it's right here. This is the vital clue. Look at the freaking burnt mark.
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in the question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! I mean, yeah. We were getting to the bloody point. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh, were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray, do enlighten us all, What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. All right, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Council. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Hang on. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Boom! Right here, your books. The Lion's Pride was totally. Your books didn't have a copy of the Lion's Pride. Maybe the other bookshop did? I was just gonna say, you know? Um. Bourbon books? Boom, right here. I was gonna say the shop that sold it. The Lion's Pride was not sold on that bookshop. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the shop from which it was purchased. What on earth do you mean? To have sold a half-burnt and unreadable book, such as this, we could be quite sure that the establishment it came from is a terrible bookshop. Indeed. That's right, a terrible one. A valid conclusion. Oh good, everyone seems to agree. Maybe I'm onto something here. Uh-oh. If I may, Mr. Naruhodo, I most certainly cannot agree. Uh-oh. No, you're right. That was dumb. A copy of the Lion's Pride that just recently suffered damage from a fire. Why do I feel as though I know about this book already from somewhere? Yeah. That was dumb. But we got some extra, you know, an extra scene out of it. Maybe the content that's inside the book? Or the owner? Because, yeah, last I checked, what's his face? Yesterday, we learned that, John Geradev, he owned a copy of the Lion's Pride, and it did get burnt, sadly. Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. No. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? Boom, it's right here, John Karadib. I remembered that
Take
yesterday.
that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gedadeb. The landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the six chosen for Juddy Duddy, one of the six chosen for Juddy Duty is in this courtroom today. Yep, is none other than Mrs. Gedadeb herself. Yep, number 4. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. Stop it. I'm not Mrs. Gedadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gedadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirched her without a shred of evidence. I was hoping to hear that word, or read that word too. Besmirch. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Objection. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gedadeb's house. Good Lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Yeah. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Yes. Oh dear me.
Objection!
You're objecting again? This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in the fire. Something so absurd, ridiculous, or incompetent that it deserves to be laughed at or mocked rather than taken seriously. It is frequently used in formal or disapproving contexts. Risible. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was martial discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Gedadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Gedadeb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Roddy? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books, incoming 10 to the dozen. Ah, but was the window open? The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime? Yes,
Objection!
that sounds plausible. No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garadab's window pane being broken. Okay, but so was it opened or closed? That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. True. So was it open? But is it not conceivable that the window was opened at the time in... Not even remotely. What? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Ah, hmm. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife? Yeah, maybe. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. It definitely sounds like it. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. No, it wasn't. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Ah, no. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry. What's that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the journey are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Uh-oh. He's got the leg up. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Natural preference, partially or special liking for something. Predilection. It describes an inherent tendency to think favorably of a specific person, thing, or activity, often stemming from one's personal temperament, past experiences, or ingrained habits. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Yeah, right? Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
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 Guilty. Guilty.
Oh no! It's back to guilty! No! What? Come on now. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Usato, have you not forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. Humph. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve. I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. I was wondering when the first part of the trial was going to end. Jeez. I'm just, I'm just surprised. Because, yeah, I did both the investigation cases yesterday. And then, yeah, I made a good executive decision to, save these on the next day. But rest assured, everybody, I'm going all in on this trial. Save complete. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you found the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. All right, so we get to do this again. Another judicial findings. The juror's contentions. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Uh-oh. Alright, we're gonna press them all. Yes, considering more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, no one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it could be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the whip woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. Ugh, no pressure then. That's quite enough. Preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel? Oh yes, my lord. All right, Inosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Mrs. Geradeb? I think so too. We have a book that disappeared from the Geradeb's house the evening of the incident, and the fourth book found the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Geradeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. Of course. We will. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Alright, hold on. Let me just... We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mrs. Natsume, we need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as was how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit. Alright. So... because I like to do it, gotta press them all. I mean, it's a good thing to do it too. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
Hold it!
Whereas we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. That's not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't say what all this palaver is about. It's a done deal, isn't it? Idle, prolonged, misleading chatter. Palaver. I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Hold it!
Okay. So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I am a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So I read them in the first place. You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking. What did you say? No. and not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious young Japanese man, has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic. What did you say? No. Overwhelmingly? But us modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you admitted rational there. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Hold it!
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire, staying warm, see? But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? If just wasn't, they wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Yes, please. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Yeah. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Hold it!
I mean... But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. Well, he'll brought it upon himself. If it's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garadeb. Never you mind that. The point is, we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it wasn't anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garadeb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some reddies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down at the dames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about. You know, she can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of martial bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, do you know? It's funny, but I can't remember. Sorry? It was too frightening. That's the thing. I must have brought it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mrs. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this. Jog his memory. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? Oh, hey there. All right. You have a good night, Mughal Abarda. I remember you from the other day. Yeah, I'm on case 4 currently. Would you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. Aww. It had 75 candles on the top it did. What a sight to behold it was. Alright. Juror number 6 is confirmed, 75 years old. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Brunosuke. Please. Please tell me, Japan, in your time, do any of you Nipponese celebrate your birthdays like that? Of course not! It was an angel cake! To celebrate my birthday, obviously! You had a productive one, so you're ready for some well-deserved run and then hey, no worries. You go and rest well. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puffs to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. Escape, please! And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was! The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. Aww. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil, dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. God damn it, Ryunosuke. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. Yeah, it is. Alright. Okay. So we need to, as already possibly hinted, we need to pit number 4's statement with one of the other jurors. I don't know. I'm gonna try and pit number 4 to number 6. That's my guess.
Objection!
No, that's not it. That would make sense. I'm not looking at the bigger picture here. But it's alright. That's why I save. Let's see. Maybe number 4 with number 3.
Objection!
Nope. Definitely not. Maybe it's not even number 4 at all, but we'll see. I don't think that's relevant at all. Number 5 is just, that sippy cup is adorable. No, but don't worry, I'll figure it out. Let's see. I'm probably like not seeing something here. Three books. No, that can't be it. Maybe. Hang on, I'm gonna humor myself.
Objection!
Of course not. I was right before. Like that statement doesn't go with anything. All right. Number 1?
Objection!
No. Okay. I know right now it seems like I'm guessing. I mean, I am. But don't worry, I'll figure this out though.
Objection!
Okay. It's definitely not number 4. Alright, I have to find something this. Let's see. We got it right. So everyone can. Eventually got it right. Yeah. Alright. I threw myself off the trail. So hold up. Okay, I'm going to look at everybody's statements closely. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, hold on. I might have something. Cause yeah, I was totally whatchamacallit. Cause yeah, I had a different way of thinking, which was not the way. Let's see. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime. If the window was closed, can it? Winter houses fire are dire. You have to open windows to clear the smoke. That's when the chill gets you, see? Is it number 3 and 6?
Objection!
It was. Dang. Yeah. And again, I should have known better too, because when I was reading number 4, yeah. These two judges' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel? Don't point at me again, I told you. It wasn't me. Relax. I mean, moving on. Hmm? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See? See what, sir? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, He once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the. Oh, exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Genadeb household, and Mr. Genadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Wait a minute. Oh, my hat! Hold on. I'm going to save right here. I have the option to pursue here? I do. Hang on, I'm not going to pursue her just yet. Oh, my hat! Therefore, to clear the smoke, either Mr. Genadeb or his wife almost certainly opened the window. That, you cannot deny, would be in no way out of the ordinary. No, I suppose it wouldn't. When you get to my age, you learn a thing or two, you know, and I can tell. You'll have to be a prize idiot not to open the window if there was a fire, eh? Yeah. Yes, of course. I think I need to reconsider my statement. Yes, please do. That's a step in the right direction, I think. The window could have been open when the window. Excuse me. The window could have been open when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility.
Hold it!
At the point when the victim was attacked on Briar Road, we know there was a small house fire in the Genadeb household on the opposite side of the street. Well, yes, it certainly seems that way. And on account of the smoke, I imagine they would have had the windows wide open in spite of the cold. Okay, so hold up. Let me save here again. I just want to double check. We also know that Miss Genadeb was throwing flaming books at her husband. Her husband, who was backed into the corner by the window due to his wife's frenzied attack. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that one of the books could have flown past the man and out of the window. Oh my goodness gracious, it's VB. VB. Oh my gosh, VB what? VB. VB's here. I have to give shout out to VB. Oh my gosh, VB. VB, I shout you out. VB. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And VB's here. That means you get to greeted by VB1, VB2, and VB3. Yes. The VB family. The VB family's here. Yes. I love that emote so much. Hey, thank you for the raid. I am in the middle of, for the first time, I'm in the middle of case 4 of the, I'm playing the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. This is my first time going through this entry. I've been playing one Ace Attorney game a month, and I'm so happy because, like, I have been wanting to get around to this for a while, for a good while. They released the collection back in 2001, and I was so happy. But, like, as much due to my excitement, I never got around to actually, like, you know, playing it, because, you know, no motivation and, drowning in backlog and always playing the same things and stuff. And, and then ever since, I started to stream, I'm like, hey, I could do this game. So this is definitely like my first time. And I've been loving this entry. And then next month I'll be playing the sequel. I forget the subtitle. Great Ace 2. I can just say Great Ace 2. Yeah, it's called Great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve. So yeah, next month I'll be playing Resolve, and then in August I'll be playing Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth. So I did play that long ago. It'll be my second time replaying it, and then September, for the first time ever, I'll be playing the second game. Um, Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Miles Edgeworth. Um, Hang on. Something Gambit? Prosecutor's Gambit. Yeah. I can't wait to do that one. So yeah, ever since I've been, oh my gosh, Shin Fox. I see you. Don't worry, I see you all. Oh my gosh, Shin Fox. Shin, I've been loving how you've been going through Mina the Hollower. I've been liking the way that you've been playing as well. That's the cool part about um that game. About Mina the Hollower. It's so cool how players, you know, they go through different paths, like through the levels. I mean, I'm talking about like in their own order, and I like their weapons of choices. I like that you'll see people like stick with either one or just mix it up a bit, and their trinket choices as well, and the sidearms. Oh man, I know, and it's so cool. I've been thinking about wanting to like maybe off stream because like I've been every now and then I'm just getting the silly little achievements on the side, and then the modifiers. Oh my god, the modifiers are insane, and I'm sure there's gonna be so many different categories of like different speed runs and stuff. Like, oh man, and last I checked, it has been doing exceptionally well sales wise, and I'm hoping that it still does well because I want Yacht Club Games to continue making games of that caliber, like like Shovel Knight and Mina the Hollower. I don't want them to do like small stuff. I want them to do good, do big. And yeah, it's been awesome. It's been so cool. An hour and 30 minutes, that's impressive. I gotta look that up later. And there's so much to that game. And that is all. So much to that game. It's awesome. So yeah. But thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here. Let's see. Yes, that's right. So there's definitely a chance that once in the books could have flown past the man and out of the window. Only, only what? Only I can't really see how it could have gone all the way over to the other side of the road. That's all. Ah, so I don't really see how I can change my decision, really. Oh, I see. That wasn't enough. What is it going to take to persuade these people? Vernosuke, it won't take long because we are going to pursue you! And that's where we load up my save. Mason, let us pursue her. We'll look around. Madame, excuse me,
Excuse me.
excuse me. Journey number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Oh my god, she is sipping that tea like there's no tomorrow. Miss Ganadab, oh dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you simply, how dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Okay. Which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Oh my god. She kept tossing books at him. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. See, I knew the window was open! We simply must have simply must have that added to Mrs. Ganadeb's formal statement. Like, I knew there was a possibility that the window was going to be open. Now that you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. We shall press you now.
Hold it!
The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Ganadeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw it at your husband? The copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading. I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. Oh. And now you come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it. You're right. Oh. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well as you know. As well you know. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Huh? We need to pursue that man. Yes, BB, the cursor arrow. I love it. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. Right. Totally understandable. I mean, you can't waste time deciding what to use next, can you? When you feel you did, you don't care what it is. You just want to smash into his face. What a good face. You see where violence can lead, Miss Usato. I'm disheartened to think you might believe me capable of such behavior. Anyway, well, you did perform 5 Susato takedowns on Porinosuke. I have a feeling I might have noticed something reacting a little strangely to Mrs. Ganadeb's remark just now. Perhaps I missed something while I was preoccupied. Anyway, what do you mean anyway? Oh, maybe. Okay. Let's press you again.
Hold it!
I could just load it. I could just get to it
Oh
actually.
boy.
All right. We need to pursue journal number 5. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
What is it, journal number 5? You know something? I remembered what it was. That memory I'd block out. Ah, it was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who do you call your granny? You cheeky devil! I'm Mrs. Gunnadab, or the maid. How do you know? The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. Poor guy. It was about 2 weeks ago now. It just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh, that's a sin. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh, the wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's late wages, love. Aww. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling, past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did, about an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, that god-awful stench of the names. I was sure I was going to end up face down the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhoro, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack of honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think. All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Ah, a woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you? That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tiny edge on it, believe me. Wait a minute. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw me when we were courting. And since then, the list of things she's grown up to be has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, then a glass, then a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub. Your wife must be even beefier than you. And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the dames. Oh my god. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really. I'm so happy for you. If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first, that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who'd been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives. Into the river. That's a very interesting ditty. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this generous statement just sounds like a really extreme antidote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay. Oh, hold on. That was something different. So the window was open when the Galadabs were arguing that day. Yes, Mrs. Galadab has finally admitted to it, which is a very significant victory for the defense. I feel like the fog's starting to clear, and an alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself. Alright. Let me save here real quick. And we are going to pit statement against statement. Hmm. Hang on. Let me go to number 5. Hmm. Do we pit them against each other?
Objection!
No, of course not. That's the wrong statement. That can't be right. Let's see. The window could have been open when when the woman was throwing books. I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Number 5 and 3?
Objection!
No, that's not it. Alright. Let us pit number 4 with number 3?
Objection!
No, that's not it. Number 5 and 6?
Objection!
Nope. Alright, hang on. I'm gonna rethink this closely. Okay, we have 2 new statements. And his statement also changed. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me. Okay, hold on. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Okay, I think I know how it happened. Oh my god. Check this out, everybody. Look, look, look. I'm gonna look at the court record, right? So, In the crime scene photo here, right? I think she might have been stabbed. Juror number 5 just mentioned that his wife was tossing all kinds of things, including the jackknife. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're gonna pit number 5 with number 2. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. A woman in a rage will hurl almost anything at you. The kitchen knife really brought that home to me.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. Eh? What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Oh my, what an insult. I'm beginning to think that, ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this journey, I demand a straight answer. Gala? You called him a little bit. You called him a bird? A cockatoo? A highly common and widespread species of cockatoo, native to Australia. That's funny. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a gamble here. I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garadeb household to the scene of the crime was the jackknife. It's gotta be the jackknife. It's gotta be.
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? What's now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah! Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man. Yeah, huh? My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who had been backed up against the window. a window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that the book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Huh? Even my missus hasn't gotten an aim like that. Oh no. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my! Mrs. Geradeb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knight before or not? Oh, ah, oh no. Mrs. Geradeb has collapsed. My lord! I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madame. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now, with so many unanswered questions. I agree. Mr. Foreman, I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mine. Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. Not guilty. It's back to not guilty, everybody. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a member of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opening of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Oh man, this is so cool, everybody. That was the most trickiest one yet to me of, you know, the summation examination. I'm sure it was kind of easy to point out, but my mind wandered elsewhere. But I'm glad it wandered back into the right, thing. Now then, Lord Von Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Uh-oh, we're back to Count Dracula. I love this dude, by the way. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Oh, he tossed it again. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing, save the gutter. Repugnant is a strong word. If I may, Lord Von Zieks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Geradeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Geradeb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters? Oh, that's a little further than I'd imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, as having portentous significance. The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. One moment. Portentous, adjective with two distinct meanings. Something that acts as an ominous warning or sign of a future event, often a calamity, or refers to behavior that is excessively solemn, pompous, and self-important. Okay. The fourth book was found. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Uh, um... And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Oh my god. Does he read Sherlock Holmes' Adventures too? Ah! There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Usato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes, go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Getterdem, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Oh my god. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Yeah, whoa. Order, order, order. Wait, well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh no! No! The wine! That's the second bottle he smashed, everybody! And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks. There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend, Farsifgal, dearly has any truths in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they will be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Roddy Beat, reporting for duty, sir. Oh no. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing off until now, Sa. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, Sa. Oh my god. This dude has not slept for a month. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well. I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. Witness testimony. Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Getterdeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Getterdeb house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did need the scene to go and fetch help. My trusty Rhodey was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Oh boy. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Oh, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. Hang on. Ah, one of those windows. Okay. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. Ahem. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance of such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Getterdeb's room. All right, I'll try. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Ah, but as it's a top-hinged crescent casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening. This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. Ah. No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been sheltered, something we've discounted already. We've discovered. That can't be. Oh no. Did you see that, Roddy? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Roddy, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Yep. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again. The court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Cross-examination. Constable Beats report. Okay. I'm so sorry, Mr. Naruhodo. I had no right to speak out. What do you mean? I requested a cross-examination of Mrs. Gedadeb without consulting you, even if the judge did deny me. Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. We do need testimony from Mrs. Gedadeb, if we're ever going to get to the truth of this matter. Do you really think so? Well, I think about it. No matter how far it is across the road, or how that window opens, Mr. Gedadeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? You're right. And then there was Mrs. Gedadeb's reaction to me, showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something, I'm sure of it. You're right again. We need to use this cross-examination to cover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this one way or another, I swear. Yes. And we all will. Alright. I'm loving this, everybody. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gedadeb. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today, beside my long-suffering wife, and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, Sa. Oh, Roddy, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Roddy. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Gedadeb? Oh, I see, Sa. You should have said so earlier, Sa. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then. Absolutely, Sa. I will answer it to the fullest of my abilities, Sa. There's a surprising reasoning. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Gedadeb's domestic disputes can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, Sa, just one thing. Yes, I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back home tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. So to that end, Sa, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you. I'll try. Constable Beats warrant card has been entered into the court record? Oh my god. Warrant card. A small folding wallet that identifies London Bobbies and contains the rules of conduct of which they must adhere. Okay. So, wow. We got a new piece of evidence to check out after. Let's press. You see, Sa, the windows of the top floor of the Gettadeb house are top-hinged casements.
Hold it!
Hang on. Let's look at the court record. Examine. Principles of policing. Item number 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item number 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relations. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item number 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item number 2. When a crime is discovered in his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. So the principles of policing and metropolitan police regulations. All right. I guess the warrant card will be coming to play soon. By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. And therefore, anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. That's right. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Yes. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. And what would that be, Sa? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Gettadeb's house is furnished with? Ah, well, Sa, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. We're gonna have to pursue you, young lady. You helped? In what way? Various members of the public were questioned in order to gather information about the case. That's right, Sa. The sad truth is, we're all overworked. So even though it wasn't under the jurisdiction of my own beat, I obviously wanted to help. I see. Well, thank you. Oh, is it my turn now? I'm gonna pursue you later. I just want more information, though. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
Hold it!
But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already, and it was dark. Oh, but Brody and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wash upon it. It was around this point that you got everything that happened? Ah, cool. Let Brody be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, Are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. And then we said the poor, and then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we went straight over to help her. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rody was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. It had been on Brody's beat. I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. I don't feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box and every beat. So Brody told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. What a weird thing to fall in love with. Oh, Pat. Oh, Brody. Oh, please. I agree. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Brody was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sa. You got that right. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sa. Nothing strange to report on that front, sa.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sa. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sa. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sa. Strange, sa. Seems altogether regular to me. This bird's copy of the Lion's Cry was originally in the Garadeb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Nope, BS. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Alright, we're gonna go back to pursue. I should have put a save there, but it's okay. I know where I to go. Alright, we're gonna press you here.
Hold it!
Excuse me. Excuse me, miss.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Brody's beat. It was so close, you see. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Brody's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Hmm. Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Geradeb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, Sa. That really was cutting it close then. Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Geradeb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Geradeb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a hobby. That's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are hobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Brody for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Yes. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. The case's file information has been updated in the court record. What's this case about? Um, I'll tell you in a nutshell. This case is, hold up. First of all, the case's files information has been updated in the court record. Okay, it got updated. Case file. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Okay, one moment. Okay, Master Remastered. This case is called the Cloud of Kokoro. Um, well, yeah, you see, you're asking me what's about. Okay, so it's about this man right here. This man right here, Soseki Natsume, is accused of dabbing this lady right here, Olive Green, um, on Briar Road. Um, a knife was found in her back. She's not dead yet currently, though. Um, the wound was not fatal, but she's currently unconscious in the hospital bed. So we're trying to prove this man's innocence right here. Hey, Action Dan. It's still wild to you that they put in action. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you were the one that told me about who this dude was based off of. And that is absolutely wild. Yeah. So yeah, right now I'm trying to like prove this dude's innocence, but of course, so many things have been happening. Okay, and now it's my turn, I think. Okay. Um, can I ask you something, please, Mr. Loyasa? Oh, hold on. The case file. Let me double check something. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s as the victim. Pavement of Briar Road on the east side. Reporting officer Rolly Beat was the one to report it. Details. The additional notes. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are known. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. The pavement where the victim was found lies just outside Constable Beat's beat, the border of which runs down the middle of Briar Road. Okay. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You love that after a string of teen sidekicks that are spirit medium, magician, thief, and an empath, they decide to follow all that up with a sidekick whose power is knows courtroom law. I know, right? That feels very refreshing. Oh, yes, of course. What is it? You're you're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. What? I wasn't really. I mean, what's she doing? Yeah, what are you doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. Don't pull that card with me. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word. I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat. I will allow you to supplement your testimony, if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with it with something like that, but my Brody won't. Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? Okay. Now then, I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss Beat, nobody's questioning what you've told us. I saw it. I did. That evening, I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. Ah. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You you also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross. Uh-oh, hold on. I'm gonna save right here. And I'm gonna read the rest of the dialogue. And I shall pursue Rolly. Oh, well, we've all made mistakes like that from time to time, I'm sure. I got the wrong church on the day of our wedding. I remember it caused a terrible kerfuffle. Kerfuffle. I very nearly got married to someone I never even met before. Oh my god. Your eyesight must be really bad. That would most certainly not do, madame. Anyway, continue with your testimony, please, Constable. Yes, sir. Alright. Now we're gonna load up. We are gonna pursue Rolly now. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat. Is there a problem? Eh? Hmm? No, sir. No problem, sir. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all. You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Oh, Roddy, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Brody's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Oh, yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Ah, oh yes. But that was just between us. No talking about anyone else. Darling, you have to promise. Really? Oh, what was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo, but I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet. Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned, I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. Uh-oh. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked. I dropped the bouquet Brody gave me. It was in a dark spot where the street lights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first. And then, you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on? Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. It was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right, silly me. I got over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think of how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rhodey brought me with that change in the gutter he spent so long collecting. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Oh. Oh? Oh! Yes, yes, that's it. Oh. That's the bouquet Rhodey brought me for our anniversary, with old bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose? Tell us, Lord Von Zieks, where did you come by the flower? Yeah, where? According to the reports by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Ganadeb household. In front of the Ganadeb's house, although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure. This rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh, the anniversary bouquet has been entered into the court record. Oh boy. Anniversary bouquet. A present for Patricia Beat from her husband, Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Miss Beat to drop the rose where she stood. Aw. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. Unless there was some incriminating evidence or something on it. Hang on. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think of all of this? Yes, the whole idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me all along. But I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here now. The fourth book that had no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Genadeb was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. Ah. But before we do, hang on. Let's check the rose. An English rose. It's such a beautiful flower. Ah, this is a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? I wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out, learning some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. It's very stylish paper the flowers wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. It looks so exotic to me. Ah, I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no. I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Susato-san, you do love your cakes. She does. Is there anything else that's significant? The newspaper itself, maybe? Hold on. Or maybe, hold on. Alright. But the English rose. Okay. Alright, hold on. I want to see if there's anything else that's notable. Like, can we unwrap it? Or just not at all? Alright. Okay, so it's just a bouquet. Just a rose. A rose is a rose. Alright. Alright. This time, it's going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. Okay, so let's go back on that previous statement. Let's see. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
Oh, whoops. Let's reload that real quick. Let us present. Should we present the bouquet on this statement? This can't be it.
Objection!
No, it's not. I'm totally overlooking something. Okay. What would this be the contradiction though? Hang on. Oh, maybe this might be the correct statement. I mean, this might be the contradiction, but I presented the wrong piece of evidence. So I'm gonna look through my evidence. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Objection!
No, that's not it. Not the case file. Hmm. Hang on.
Objection!
No, it's not the warrants. Alright, hold on. I gotta think. Hmm. Hold on. Okay, so we obtained the rose. What happens if we just press again?
Hold it!
Uh-huh. In case you need reminding, Mrs. B, the victim is not deceased. All flustered for a moment before I heard a voice call me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Oh no, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Alright. Hold on. Do we present the map, perhaps?
Objection!
No. Alright, hang on everybody. We just got the rose. Or the bouquet. Alright, I'm gonna think really hard. Let's see. Hold on, I'm gonna look at the statements again. Let me see. Oh, hold on. Okay, we just obtained the rose. Really? Hold on. I'm gonna press this statement one more time. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one has approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really, that seems a little strange. Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. This bird's copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Geradab household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing it as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. You all saw that book was in the lady's hand the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? There's something about the statement that's not sitting right with me. Alright. The two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them. Yes. Alright, so there's my hint. That was like a tip-off right there. So I just got the rose. Okay, there's nothing wrong here. Yeah, there was nothing wrong there. Again, my mind trailed off again. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. I think there is, my good man.
Hold it!
Oh, whoops. Oh. I pressed the wrong button. I know I could just reload, but it's fine. I got this, everybody. I got this for real now. We will present the evidence on this statement. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir. Really? A present for Patricia Beats from her husband, Rolly. The shock of seeing the stabbed victim caused Miss Beats to drop the rose where she stood.
Objection!
Bam. You claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What? What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs. Meager?
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beats swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mrs. Gedadab's book. Mr. Gedadab's copy of the Lion's Bride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime, on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gedadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Oh man. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Brody's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Withering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking. That's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Garadeb's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of the crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhoro. Oh, snap. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit it to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who could possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence, all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Let's see. Patricia?
Take that!
No. There's only one person who could have done this. Do you intend to share your internal monologue, Consul? Counsel? Sorry, my lord. I was just taking a moment to get things straight in my mind. And for that moment of wasted court's time, you will pay the price. Ugh. Is it me or are things getting more strict around here? What you were thinking is right, Mr. Naruhodo. There is only one person who had the opportunity to tamper with the scene of the crime. There could be no mistake. Yes, I thought so. There's no point overthinking this. There's really only one other option. Um, Hang on. Was it Miss Garadeb?
Take that!
No, it wasn't. I think it was Rolly. Baby.
Take that!
Yeah, yeah. He was actually my second guess, but I did guess the third time. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Roddy Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Roddy do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there's only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something. That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. And until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the book fell? Yeah. It's because where the book fell, probably. The victim did not fall. That's for sure, I think. Well, no, because the victim was outside. And I think the bouquet was like whatever. Where the book fell. Where the book fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why exactly? Hmm? Oh, well, of course. The reason is, oh no. Do you have something to hide, my learned friend? For it seems you're unwilling to share the reason with the court. Or could it be, perhaps, that no reason exists? Ah! He didn't even try to hide his displeasure. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. Alright. My bad. That was dumb. On my part. No, it was where the bouquet fell. That was my second guess. Where the bouquet fell to the ground. That's what he had to cover up at all costs. And why exactly? Please, oh no. It was the, oh, where the victim fell. Okay. Never mind. Yeah. I was thinking fell out the window? No. Or maybe. It was Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. Tumultuous. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. Tumultuous. Highly disruptive, disordered, loud, or characterized by overwhelming emotional upheaval. Tumultuous. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening. Hmm. Okay, so I want to say. So if it wasn't to the right of Briar Road, it could have taken place here in front of the lodgings.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road. I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road. No, that's not true. It can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Dijk said it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously, which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what's really happened that evening. How do you respond? Constable Rody Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rowley, it isn't true, is it? Was that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night, everything come out, everything exposed. Oh no, only it seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good, good golly! Order, order, order! What on earth is the meaning of all this? Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the yard's reputation. For everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Ziegs, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it will be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. Oh boy. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? And I think I know what they are, everybody. I'm just making a precautionary save. The warrant card.
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon the crime along Briar Road, when he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat puts up with a not being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife now with how much I care to a Bobby. This is the warrant card that Constable Beat raid. This is the This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with additional investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh, exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? Yep. It was the first time since I became a kappa that I've ever cursed God. Dang. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime. So, I told Pat that she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine. This is the next beat to mine, Pat. So you have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mearsham Street. And then, oh my god. I'm, I'm, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I, I just wanted, just that one night, to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly, just that one night. You knew that as the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead. You see, I beg your pardon? Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rhodey would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. Oh, I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I brought for Pat. Oh no, Rhodey, that was all my fault. I would never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rhodey. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, um, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir. Interesting. The fourth book's information has been updated in the court record. A book entitled The Lion's Pride that was in the victim's hand when Mrs. Beat first ran over to see what had happened. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the two people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. You thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes, sir. Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Roddy? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. Man, I feel for him because he never got a month full of sleep, but at the same time, he still did wrong with tampering. All right then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Huh? Sa? Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes, Sa. Carve that lesson in your mind, and never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Oh, ah? Never again, Sa? You mean to say? What the? Leave, now. This trial is not yet over. Uh, um, Sa! Oh, I mean, I guess he got off of a warning there? Mm. But still, well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mrs. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Oh yeah. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Von Zeeks, is this true? Hang on. Presumptuous. An act of believing or accepting as true something that hasn't been proven yet, usually based on probability, reasonable evidence, or past experience. boldly arrogant or presumptuous attitude. Lord von Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Let's see. Would it be, Joan Geradeb?
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request a cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we may cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Geradeb. Yeah, that's right. We were trying to drag her out. Me? Me? Oh, dilly me?
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Geradeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? Well, I never. How dare you call me a toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Geradeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened the window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what's of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mr. Geradeb. Miss Geradeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah! I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury just needed to testify, didn't he? The man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needed to testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madame, let the truth come out. What? Well, that's just a common or a garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how can you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Mrs. Geradeb. Now you listen to me. I, I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife, if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop, do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, Jonah. No, the prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. Going to have to testify? Yeah. Juror number 4, as I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed, truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Ganadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, um, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. I mean, yeah. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Witness, state your name and occupation. Oh, yes, my name is John Ganadeb, and well, I'm a juror, and such like. It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid, or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madame? Yes, my lord. You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you, do not attempt to hide the truth. Oh, dilly me. Chin up, Jody. Nothing to worry about now. Oh, I didn't know you were here, John. Oh, John, wasn't only you in the room that day. Old thing, was it? Wasn't only you in the room that day. Old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you? But what about your knee, dear? Don't you worry about that. Hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone. Aww. Like his way of words. He, even though the scuffle, he sees his wife as a comrade. Oh, John. I presume you are Mr. John Gunnadeb. Yes, sir. Former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Fusiliers. Okay. Northumberland Fusiliers, sir. Seen my fair share of action, and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life? Were you not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question? Ah, well, yes, quite. I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Sir, at once. Oh my god. Great. The Battle of Gedadeb. Yes, so the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now. Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing. I'm afraid. If that bloody thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. Oh, snap. Hmm. It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening. Oh no, an entirely one-sided assault it seems. The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shouting us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself is only too aware that on every battlefield, you've just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment. Are we still talking about a martial quarrel here? Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife. In combat, one's focus narrows, such that surroundings are barely noticed. These witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have testified already. This may be a dead end. Van Zieks may well be right. Well, whatever the chances, we only have this last cross-examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well. Counsel, begin your cross-examination. My goodness. Cross-examination. All right. That's the extent of their testimony, is it? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new from this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Yes, I know. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. If we could find even a tiny shred of evidence to support that theory, it would clinch this trial to us, for us. It would explain everything. Yes, it would. So for Seki-san's sake, we must. We must find that last crucial piece of evidence. Alright. We are still on the second trial part. Jeez. Yeah, so the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
Hold it!
The reason is what you told us yesterday, I believe. Yes, that's right. If I remember correctly, it all started because of a note that was tucked into the pages of a book belonging to Mr. Gennadin. A rather passionate note, in fact. But Mrs. Gennadin found the note, discovering her husband's little secret. And she gave him a mighty number of slaps across the face for it, too. What a sordid state of affairs. Hell on earth. Oh my god! Hell on earth. I say, when a chap says he can't recall such things, it's common decency not to drag it all up. And besides, half of it was wide of the mark, anyway. Uh-oh. Unlikely story. These waters run very deep. And what transpired next after these multiple blows to the face? Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Soon had it out, though, and got the window open. Yes, angry wife is terrifying. Hell on earth. I love it, dude.
Hold it!
And the fire also spread to some items of furniture, didn't it? The bookcase, my armchair, anything of mine, really. Just so happens, there are some bathwater around that evening, so I sloshed that about to put it out. A most precarious situation you put yourself in. Ours is a 3-story townhouse on the west side of the street, where the water main isn't connected yet. Have to draw water from a public water pump during the day if you need any, you see. The lodgers are always moaning that they can't get any water at night. Although that little mustached Japanese man buys water in bottles, I believe. The defendant, Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, he receives a stipend for his studies, you know, from his home country. Can you imagine being able to brew a pot of tea at all hours? He's obviously very well off. Have you actually seen the state of the man? I believe he uses all of his income to buy books. Well, anyway, the point is, I was able to douse the fire with water. Fortunately, though. Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Hold it!
Even though the room was on fire. As far as I was concerned at the time, it was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw. That is most certainly not true of a societal takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How does she know I was thinking that? So, please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was it a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day? In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge. A napkin. Hang on. This is where I'm going to drop my save. And I want to press the rest of the statements and get the rest of the dialogue. It was really only soft items I was throwing. And I was really most restrained. The majority of them barely hit John. He is my husband, after all. I see, Mrs. Gennadin. Your thoughtfulness and consideration for your spouse is apparent. What about you, Mr. Gennadin? Do you remember what your wife threw at you? Well, I recall the Lion's Pride, of course. Jolly good book. Only just purchased it today, too. And a jolly good book for burning, it seems. Oh, but it was a dashed awful scene on the battlefield, I can tell you. Flames everywhere, smoke billowing, couldn't see a bally thing, really. I dare say, I wouldn't even have noticed the knife bouncing off the old bonds. I don't think they tend to bounce, actually. Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Sonny, would you care to elaborate? Nothing to say, really. Rather partial to a spot of carving, you see. Pipes and whatnot. Fishing tackle. You know the sort of thing. It's a passion we both share. I like to carve little wooden trinkets too. And then there's my leatherwork. Sorry to say, we're always losing knives about the place. And we have dozens of the things. They sell them at the market sometimes. 20 for the price of 19. Needless to say, I snapped them up. John prefers to use two knives at meal times too, instead of a knife and fork. No. Now, Joan. We don't want people thinking I'm some kind of savage. Ah! Here we go again with the scaldings. Why are they being so evasive? I imagine it's because they don't want to believe it. They can't bear the thought that it might have been one of their knives that injured the victim. Which is entirely understandable, of course, but still. Go on with your testimony, witnesses. Sir, if that bally thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think.
Hold it!
So you have no intention of admitting it was your knife, unless we can produce proof. Even though there is no other credible possibility if Mr. Natsume is innocent.
Objection!
You forget, my Nipponese friend, that it has yet to be established that the accused is not responsible for the attack. As if I could forget. If only there was some way to know who had handled the knife. But I suppose wizardry like that is just a dream. Perhaps you're thinking of fingerprinting, Mr. Naruhodo? What? You mean it's not a dream? That sort of wizardry really exists? Yes. Whenever people touch anything, they leave behind a unique pattern from their skin, or so they say. But I can't see anything. There are already countries in the world where these so-called fingerprints can be used as evidence. Lord Strongheart is currently discussing the matter at the Ministry of Justice. Yes, I believe we are rapidly approaching an era of scientific methods of investigation. But for now, we shall have to find an alternative method of proving our assertion that this knife found in the victim's back was originally in Mr. and Mrs. Getterdeb's house. Ugh, if only I could transplant this whole incident to several years in the future. Let's see, except there's... What do you think, Mr.? I think we've heard this before, I see. Partly confident they will be able to prove anything due for this testimony. Oh. What do you think, Mr. Manuhoro? Well, I think we've heard all this before, to be honest. I can't say I'm particularly confident that we'll be able to prove anything new for this testimony. But in this cross-examination, it's absolutely essential that we establish how this knife came to be at the scene of the incident. Yes, I know. I'm sure both of them must be feeling very worried. Worried that it was in fact a knife belonging to one of them that caused the victim's injury. We could find any tiny shreds to support the theory. It could clinch that trial for us to explain everything. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, so We're going to pursue John here. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Garadad. Don't shoot. Sorry. I beg your pardon. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind? Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrage of projectiles the old thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker. I seem to recall. Oh my god. Fire poker. Ouch. And the woman's aim is uncanny. She landed a direct hit with everybody. Ah! Good grief, woman! We're not at home now! This is a court of law! Oh, dearie me! Ever so sorry, dear. What's she even doing for teapot in here? Rinosuke, the things that they let slide in the future courtrooms. Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously. Well, take a look at this, then. How do you suppose that's happened, Your pipe, sir. Had this thing in my hand, as usual, at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of one of her soft projectiles. She did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing up, it was broken in two. I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage. Oh my god. I see. Your pipe was broken. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something really solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now. Ah, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear? I wonder what we should make of this account. It could be important. The defense believes Mr. Garadeb's remarks just now to be of great significance.
Objection!
This war veteran's words only tell us one thing. Betray a fiery wife, and pipes, as well as hearts, may be broken. Sentimental wisdom perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the formal testimony. Indeed, common sense, one might say. Might one? In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir? Well, I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Oh, dearie me, there you go again, trying to integrate yourself with a young lady. Very well. The court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence. The pipe has been entered in the court record. Pipe. Mr. Garadib's pipe. Apparently, it fell to the floor during a domestic dispute he had with his wife and broke. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, everybody. Let's examine the pipe. Where's the other piece of the broken knife? Of the broken jackknife? Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. Yes, I saw it. Something stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. Well, what's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Surely it couldn't be. It is. The fragment of metal has been entered in the court record. Fragment of metal. This small piece of metal looks like it might be the tip of a knife blade. It was stuck inside the bowl of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Mr. Garadeb's pipe. That's awesome. I want to expect more of it though. I want more flavor text. It looks to be in a sorry state with that bandage around it, doesn't it? But for some reason it feels slightly ominous to me, like it's trying to shout out a warning. Probably because it's the same blue as Mr. Garadeb's dressing gown. I suppose it must have considerable sentimental value to Mr. Garadeb, given that he's gone to the trouble of repairing it like this. Either that, or he can't afford to replace it. Ouch. When you have to say it like that, you know? Or, the dude just loves his pipe. It's a nice pipe. Oh, look! It's chipped. There's a small nick out of the bowl here. Look, it appears to have been relatively recently. And see how there are little scrapes and dents all over it. It's clearly a well-loved pipe. Yes, you're right. It seems to be recently that being well loved goes hand in hand with getting some battle scars. This particular nick is catching my eye though, because it's clearly new. Alright, so we found a nick in the pipe. But more importantly, like this is bandage, we found a nick, but the big important part obviously was this fragment of metal. So for context, everybody, hang on. Let's bust it out. And yeah, yesterday I did examine it and we noticed that the tip is broken. Fragment of metal. This is the tiny piece of metal we found in the chamber of Mr. Garadib's pipe. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? I don't really know. There's just something niggling me, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Perhaps in that case, it would be wise to examine some of the other pieces of the evidence again. Ah. Okay. So let's examine the knife again. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Wait, part of it is missing. Part of it's... I could be wrong, but I just got a feeling. You remember this? Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal that we found inside Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Yes, and just maybe. Oh my, it's a perfect fit. Somehow, I just knew it. Awesome. And let's close the knife back. I like when you can do that. I did it before. That was cool. I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down. Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Susato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garadeb. Now, if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Alright. So we already pressed these other statements already. It's gotta be it. If that bounty thing in the victim's back really was one of ours, you'll have a job proving it, I think. And, dude, we already did the job.
Hold it!
Oh, whoops. I pulled a Deadpool. I hit the wrong button. Alright. I meant to present. It's this, bro. The fragment of the metal.
Objection!
Man, that felt satisfying. Mr. Garadeb, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please? You can ask, but I can't see a bloody thing. You can't? You used to call me Dead-Eye Deb, back in the regiment, of course. But that was some time ago now. Oh, even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days, I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest. Aw, get this man some glasses. He would look cool with them too. Yeah, I like his design. This guy's pretty cool. Oh, he does, didn't he? It's rather wedding being asked about every other letter and every other word. You must D very doesy. He must be very busy. He must be very he must be very doesy. What is that? A tiny scrap of metal? Yes, almost certainly for the tip of a blade. And what may appear at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence? It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. Yeah, and what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Council? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road? I am. What? When put together with another piece of evidence already in the courtroom record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord. You appear rather confident in that extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well, then. Present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case? The jackknife, bro. The jackknife.
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue with the inferior blades sold at unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in their victims' bones. And that and what of this particular knife? No doubt its tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishing somewhere near the spine of the victim.
Objection!
No, that's not the case. The tip of this particular knife's blade is the very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garadeb's pipe. Ah! Ah! Good grief, Lord Van Zeeks. I don't believe it! Oh wow. This is our first time seeing him like this. A knife from the crime scene and this fragment of metal are a perfect match. Good golly gosh. Order, order, order. Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? No. It's called looking thorough. Looking thoroughly through the evidence. My lord. Judge. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle? So, Van Zeeks has figured it out, has he? hold on. That was probably your hint to search for the bowl for the knife tip. Yeah, you're right. A while back. But you know, I guess I was a step ahead there. Counsel, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Galadib's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. Had this thing in my hand, as usual, at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles. She did. Yes. It would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh, dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Mrs. Galadem flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Galadem, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord. Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Galadeb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. And yet, there's no other credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. Then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Galadeb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back of the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No! She's,
Objection!
I just know she's standing on a box. Uh-oh. Oh no, he's having a drink. A full-bodied dilly. I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points, plausibly arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to bottling his argument. Sorry? But that's not all. It is just a theory. The bottle, I fear, is corked. Because you see, uh-oh, it's spoilt by an insurmountable inconsistency. Uh-oh. An insurmountable. What? Lord Von Ziegs, explain yourself. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with a knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her. Ah. That's right, you silly little man. Now, Joan, old thing, what are you getting so excited about? Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife had struck her, had fallen from above, there's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back. Ah! Order! Order! Quite right, you see? That's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of her head. Oh my. Well, he's lost for words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though, what really did happen. It would appear the defense has made rather a spectacular blunder. If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Oh man, we were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato, you mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the court record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Well, tacit. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed. Tacit. Something that is implied, understood, or agreed upon without being directly expressed in words. It refers to actions, assumptions, silent consents that are inherently understood by everyone involved. Okay, tacit.
Objection!
This inconsistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test. Yes, if the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel, there is a piece of evidence in the court record that could explain this inconsistency. That could explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness! Other, other madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak. This is the last inconsistency, the final piece of the puzzle. If I can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... Hang on. Hmm. The crime scene photo?
Take that!
This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. No, that wasn't it. That answer appeared to make Mr. Geradev rather lightheaded, but Mrs. Geradev didn't bat an eyelid. It would seem you've been cut down in your pride. Uh-oh. You must watch out for blades falling from the heavens, my learned friend. They may strike at any time. Ah, not what you want to hear from the Reaper. If the knife fell straight down and hit the victim in the middle of her back, then her back must have been facing the heavens at the time. But why? What could have happened that might place her in that position? Surely this must be the last time. Okay. I was close. I think I know what I was originally going to present. The case file?
Take that!
No, it wasn't the case file. Whoopsie. Hang on. Let's see. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back. Map?
Take that!
No, that's not it. No, it was the map. Hang on. Hang on. I'll, I'm sure it's gonna come to me. Or this is the part where I just like, you know, present every piece of evidence until I get it right. Hang on, hang on. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Not like this. Oh, please. I have safes coming on my side. Anywho, hang on. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, don't you dare post that emote in my presence, Ida. Anywho, anywho, was it photograph number 2?
Take that!
Ah, okay. All right. So I was close from the previous. I was on the correct page, but it was the wrong photograph. This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The burnt book? Is that not Mr. Garadeb's book? Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that. Yeah, quite so. As part of this wholesale transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road. That's true. However, as part of this testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book at the victim's hand? Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. Volition. Clearly, there must have been before she suffered the knife wound. Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything. So the question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand? By Jinga. I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now. Oh, diddy me. We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garadeb household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her. Ah, the book I threw. Yes, Mr. Garadeb. And what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement? Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached it down. Oh no. And picked the book up. Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book. Oh heavens! And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her back have been in? Oh my god. That's right. Facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Oh. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over, picking up the book. Ah. The next object fell from the room above, the jackknife, straight into the middle of her back. Ouch. And at that same time, walking by chanced directly behind Miss Green was the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above. Ah! And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, This was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Well, Mrs. Garadeb, the very first time you showed me that knife, I had my suspicions. I wondered if perhaps it might have been something like that. There, old bean. Poor Mrs. Garadeb. Of course, I never meant for anything of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John, dear, it's all right, I know. I'm I'm ever so sorry. Truly. I'm sorry. Oh, I guess that's the. Oh. Oh, with his bad knee too. That's quite the breakdown animation. Oh, Lord Van Ziegs, what news of Mrs. Garadeb? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's events had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. Oh no. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. Hold on. I heard a meow. I have been interrupted by a meow. You've gone. She's not here. Tuxedo wanted to get out of my room. Tuxedo mask. And the only reason he was even here because he was expecting my mom. Well, my mom's not here at the moment. And then I always tell everybody to keep the cat out. Because he gets in here, then he whines and cries and interrupts me. Oh my god. Excuse me, everybody. I'm trying to get comfy again. I should put my visage on. Anywho. Yeah, she's gonna pull Drew, olive green. I'm glad that this was a case so far of like, uh-oh, somebody got stabbed, but they are in critical condition. Well, they didn't say she was in critical, but she was in the hospital, but didn't die. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we've never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Soseki Natsume, Oh, there he is. Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study our great British culture and have been repaid with immeasurable unkindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. Oh, so polite. No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusion again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Beaton said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed too. He thought she had been killed too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're haunting me. Poor Soseki-san. His imagination really has got the better of him. Hang on. Oh, okay. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. Oh, one could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. But thanks to Lord Van Zieks and our young lawyer here from the East, that chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. I heartily commend you both. Let's not talk about spirits. You know, we're trying to steer away from the whole spirit channeling, even though it's kind of cool. I know we're in a different century, but I know it's just a play on words. Oh, I mean, I do like that stuff, the whole spirit channeling stuff, but at the same time, I know I like how some people will actually like nitpick on that. Okay, I'm gonna continue on, everybody. I think I'm about to almost complete this case too. It feels like I couldn't tell if there was gonna be like a part three, but yeah, I guess this felt like Oh, now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? Hold on. State of being guilty, blameworthy, or legally responsible for wrongdoing. Okay. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this journey, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare the truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Hey, wait! far, the jury? So far, hey, good to see you, man. I have been loving this freaking game, bro. And I hope you've been well. I've been keeping track of your announcements. Oh, also, Zofar, I was just gonna say, um, good job on choosing Percival in Knights of the Round. Hands down, best character in the game. Because not only is he, the strongest between Arthur and Pers and excuse me, Lancelot, he has something that the other two don't have aside from unbridled pure strength. The dude has a freaking dash. You can press forward with him and the dude runs. Running big man. And also, another thing I also love about Knights of the Round as well, I love that little mechanic. It's hard to do. You know when you press the attack button and point the opposite direction, you can briefly put up your sword. And when you do that, you are able to block any attack. And when you do, you are offered a brief reprieve of temporary iframes. And that's pretty cool. And also so far, I wanted to bring this up real quick too. The Super Nintendo version, get this. The Super Nintendo version of Knights of the Round has a dedicated block button. You could actually go to the options, and I think you can set it too. I wish there was a dip switch you were able to do that, like in the arcade version. But of course, since it's on the SNES, I mean, the music doesn't sound too doodly, as one would say. But you also have to play with limited continues. Oh no! So, nah, but yeah. The block mechanic, love it. And Moonwalker is good stuff too on arcade. Okay, so let's see. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As the foreman of this journey, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion. I do declare that truth can be extremely cruel at times. Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Sitting in for the old bean where she's out of action, where I know what her decision would be. Oh. Does this mean I'll finally be able to get out of here and start work? Well, it's about time. I say, I'll have a corker of a story to tell the grandchildren when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby demand your final decisions. Mr. Fordman.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Very well, Mr. Sasaki Natsume. I hereby pronounce you not guilty. Finally, I can end my stream and eat dinner. Nah, that's funny though. I got my water though. And finally, Mr. Natsume. Oh yes, Lord, sir. You are now a free man once more. Yes, thank you, Action Dan. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me. Unless he's like a witness or something in the future. I don't want to know though. But yes, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in the courtroom again! I'm transported to tears! Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned. Yeah, because you never know. You never know when one person might have to enter court again, you know? That would suck. 20th February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Oh, locum! Oh, okay, yeah. Wait, you mean me? Of course! Is there another locum here? Well, I got a locum assistant. Is there even one? Compared to the original locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it? What's wrong with using my actual name? Oh, at last! I'm free! Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant, jubilation! Oh my god. Heavy, hearty happiness! Hoorah! Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted. Would it be so hard just to say that, then? Locum, you did it! You saved me from the brink! Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now. No, 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 not that! Lovely, loyal locum lawyer! Yes? I mean, as I said before, I have just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners, I see towering brick buildings. And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh. Oh dear. I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you, locum lawyer, gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench, before all those babbling British. Babbling British. Baronial. Something large, grand, and impressive, often evoking the stately or imposing lifestyle traditionally associated with a baron or the upper nobility. Ha! You've battled to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold the best minister ever born!" Well, that's very flattering. I'm very pleased for you. This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan. Ah, an antidote. If that's what to become of all of my hard work. Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. Oh no, it's you. Freaking Herlock Sholmes here. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I rose late this morning. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you. I see I'm here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted. I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck. It's just finished. What? No! Then my haste was in vain? Yes. Ah! It's you! Airlock Sholmes! Oh? Have you met, sir? This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, I see. I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom. Either of you or either of your bleak lodgings or that prison cell. I simply couldn't place that curious face. In the light. Charming. This is all your fault, Airlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. Oh no. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you down. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Huh? Had she been taken to hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she should have regained consciousness by now. Oh, well, it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind. Now then, what was it that you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Priceless. Oh, I am sorry, really, but that was quite priceless. Poor Soseki-san. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you were not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits, and now by the Reaper. You are cursed. Ah, Lord Van Zeeks. I haven't forgotten, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed. It, it, it will be all right, Mr. Natsume. Hmm? If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Hiya! Why would you flip Rinosuke, man? With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. Anyway, so, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh, it has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I've visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city has changed. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all. The more I learned of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Soseki-san. Could be an interesting read. And what about Miss Susato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustached compatriot? Why would we? A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now Does it feel as though we have finally found our feet? And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. Bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room? Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. Oh my, an evil spirit? Oh yes, it tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's infallible to wake up. It's an infallible wake-up call. Well, we'll think about it, if that's all right. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me? Really? Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. No, it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of? Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to taking lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words. Oh, so suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Then it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say, but thank you, and yes. Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. It shan't take long. Somebody's happy. Oh. Loka. I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you, too. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But Loka, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Soseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 22 1B Baker Street. Oh, cool. We get to crash in the attic. 20th February, 4:41 p.m. The attic room. So this is to be our new office. Yes, our office. I rather like the sound of that. Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it? I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step. But I'd like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh my gosh. He looks pretty cool without the hat. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, thank you so much. It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it. Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you. Oh, I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. Won't eat as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. All right then, Susie. You can be in charge of the salad. Splendid. Oh. So, Mr. Naruhodo, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I can't help wondering what adventures await us. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Sorry? London is a glorious place, full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. But the brightest of lights cast the darkest of shadows. Oh, wow. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo, welcome to London. Wow, that was a nice welcome. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words Mr. Sholmes so casually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came to lift the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Wow, what a case. Landed in London. Woo! Yeah, we are saving it here and ending it here. The adventure of the unspeakable story. And that's the final case. But I know it's going to be a long one too. I like the way the episode titles look too. They're in the form of tickets. Wow. All right, everybody. That is going to do it for me. That was I didn't expect the a two-part case to be that long. Excuse me, rephrasing. I didn't expect a two-part trial to be that long, of that magnitude. Because yeah, yesterday I did the the two investigations of the first case, and then yeah. Now hold on, there was something I wanted to check. I felt like I was led astray. Okay, I wasn't. Never mind. I was not led astray at all. Okay then. Hmm. Hmm. Well then. All right. I guess I have some pondering to do. Or maybe not. Maybe I should actually. I think if I play my cards right, I can actually I feel like I can. I could. I'm definitely gonna finish this game by this week. The thing is, could I do it in two parts? or three parts? That is the question. I feel like I should probably do it in three parts, you know? Yeah. Okay then, I'm going to find ourselves a raid target. Okay, everybody. I have a nice number of people to go on out to. It's always hard to choose, decide who I want to go on out to, you know? I'm sure a lot of people feel the same as I do. It's like, oh, this person's on, but oh, this person's on. But everybody, I'm going to pay it forward to somebody that rated me not too long ago, and they happen to be on right now, and they are playing one of my favorite games. What's up, Action Dan? Last case for this one is pretty girthy, so three parts will be probably smartest. Thank you, Action Dan. I think. No, that's good. I think you have told me all that I needed to know. Because, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be. So, this is what I wanted to say realistically, quote unquote. I kind of want to get, like, all of the investigation done in one day. And then, like, for the next day, or next 2 or so days, given the length, will be trial time. Yeah. It's kind of like how I was wise to, well, because when I was replaying the series, I did separate in the first game, Rise to the Ashes, Case 5. I did that for 3 days. But yes, actually, then that would be good idea. Yeah, let me check the calendar. Yeah, yeah, I think that'll be a good way to top off a Friday. All right then. Yes. All right, everybody. Everybody, we're gonna raid on out to Tavern Tilly. Um, they're playing one of my favorite games right now, and they are playing Vampire Survivors. How I love that game. And I'm looking forward to the next update. There's going to be a free update and a new expansion. So yeah, and it looks like they're just vibing, and that's awesome. I mean, Vampire Survivors, I love that game. I love that game so much. And I'm glad it's still getting supported. All right then. Let me close out my game. Oh, hold on. Let me go to the special contents real quick. I wanted to get a few things out of the way. My accolades. Oh, look, accolade, accolade, another accolade. How cute. And then there's other doodads. I missed out on that one, unfortunately. Um, I have, so to get that one, I think I have to examine the violin before talking to Iris. I think I remember examining it after I talked to Iris. Oopsie doodle. I won't worry about all that after. I mean, this is my first freaking time going through this wonderful game. And I cannot wait to get through the second game next month. My first time ever. Heck yeah. All right. We need to go out to a hot jam. All right. I know just the one. All right. Um, Phoenix, right? Um, Hang on. Pursuit. Cornered. There it is. I'm like, I had an extended version somewhere. All right, hang on, everybody. I want to do this proper. Oh, hold on. Okay, everybody. So in the span of 3 days, we're going to finish off this game. I'm only be on the final, I'm gonna pace myself. Um, okay, we get the raid ready. Yeah, I'm gonna pay it forward. I'm gonna pay it back. They raided me, so I should raid them back. Hey, everybody. Thank you all for watching. Remember to go in peace. And see you all in court tomorrow. Oh, wait, I have Boosh. And Boosh will also see you all in court tomorrow. Right, Boosh? Right. That book right there is so cool. I love this, it's so good. God, I love the OST. Such great OST. So much hot gems. Alright, whoosh. Hold it! I forgot to thank people. I always thank people. Hang on, before we read on out, I'd like to thank the following. I'd like to thank Famous Adventurer, Master Remastered, Chuckman, Astro Dude, Moogle, Barda, BB Wuff, thank you for the raid, Shinfox, Action Dan, and Zofar. The Zofar? Okay, now we're raiding on out. Hang on, everybody. Oh my god. I actually had to pull a hold it. Oh no, hang on. Hang on. Okay, I'm just gonna hit the raid. Okay, here we go. Raiding. Alright. Okay, now we're raiding on out. Yes, my apologies. And to everybody out there that was lurking, thank you for lurking my channel. I appreciate the lurk. And now I can finally eat my dinner, too. I can't believe I pulled my own hold it. I swear, that was unintentional. Yeah, I knew I forgot something. But thank you, everybody. Loving this game.